everyone, and welcome to our FIL studio show. We are so excited to be here in Park City. It's so pretty. As you can see, it's an incredible place to be. This is Main Street right here. We're at the bottom of Main Street, home of the Sundance Film Festival, and of course here in Salt Lake City, we're the 2002 Olympics. So an incredible place to be. You can see Main Street is totally Christmased out. It's so fun and cute. There's so many restaurants and shops, and we've got a lot going on this weekend. So today we're gonna jump into doubles and men's luge racing. But before we do that, we're gonna go check out Park City. Come with me and we'll go check it out.
In winter's favorite town, alpine beauty is revered. Old charm is preserved. And fun is something we never run short of. Welcome to Park City, Utah. Naturally, winter's favorite town. Join the experience at visitparkcity.com.
Park City is incredible. We're excited to be here, but we've been through a few stops previously until being here. Like we mentioned, this is the third stop on the World Tour. We were in Austria, we were in Whistler last week, and we had a lot of action that happened. Tim Zinger, he's gonna take us through the playback of all of it to catch you up so you're prepped for this weekend.
A brand new season on the EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup opening this year, as it does so many seasons, outside of Innsbruck, Austria, at the great track in Eagles. It was a memorable weekend for the home country of Austria. This is men's doubles, and the team of two former singles sliders, Yannick Müller and Armin Frausche, took the lead, moving up from 7th place. Now in second after the first run, a young Austrian team, Gott and Schuff, looking for their first ever World Cup victory. They needed to be perfect. They were perfect. As they crossed the finish line, 800ths ahead of their teammates, it was Austria 1 and 2, Germany 3 and 4, but one sled remained. The Olympic bronze medalists and several-time World Cup winners, Stoy and Kola, dominated the World Cup the last time it was held here on their home track. Stoy has come back from several injuries, and they are certainly among the best in the world week in and week out, but this was week out of sorts as they fell behind Gott and Schuffs. All the same, there was plenty to cheer about in Innsbruck as Austria swept the podium 1, 2, and 3. It's women's doubles. First year that the women's doubles are competing alongside their counterparts, the men and the singles competition at the main World Cup site. Here are the Italians, Andi Fetta and Marianne Oberhofer, both standout singles athletes trying out doubles this year and doing quite well. Now here's an experienced doubles team, the defending world champions, Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Jessica Degenhardt, a former junior world champion, Rosenthal, a former podium winner in singles, and they have been the team to beat heading into this season and certainly all of last year. But they would be beat this year because the home cooking continued for Austria. Selina Egler and Lara Kipp. They led after the first run. They ended up putting down the fastest time in both heats. Selina Egler, another singles/doubles competitor, wins her first ever World Cup race alongside Lara Kipp. Stop number 2 as the World Cup Tour returns to North America for the first time in 3 years. Men's doubles action from the Whistler Sliding Center. This is the young Austrian team of Gott and Schuff. They had a victory in the World Cup opener. They cross into the lead with a couple of sleds remaining. But those two sleds are the two best in the world year in and year out. First, the 6-time Olympic gold medalists, the Tobys from Bavaria. Vendel and Alt with a very clean run, a 1/10 of a second or more up on the competition. Now their biggest rivals and their countrymates, Egert, Beneken, also from Germany. The Thuringians made their way down the track. You see they're in the red, they're behind the Tobys, and now it's a dead heat to the 1,000th of a second. How close can it be? Very close, with the win going to Egert and Beneken by 0.05 of a second. It's Germany, Austria, and a great showing for the Canadians. Moving now to the women's doubles competition. And here are the World Cup leaders. From Austria, Egla and Kipp. Would the Canadians, who had the lead down at the bottom, win their first ever World Cup podium, or their season's first? Well, that's put on hold, because Egla and Kipp, in search of victory number 2 this year, take the lead. Now the Italians, Andrea Vetta and Marian Oberhofer, a new teaming this past summer. They were on the podium in weekend 1, and they looked to do better as they take the lead with just one team remaining. A best finish overall, no matter what happens. But that last team, the defending world champions, Jessie Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal. The Germans, also former singles sliders, both of them, they make it around the finish, a very close race like the men's doubles, and they fall back 2 spots. So it's Andrea Vetter and Marian Oberhofer giving Germany its first ever World Cup doubles victory for the women. They lead it over the Austrians and the Germans. The USA round out positions 4th and 5th. In the World Cup standings, it's the Austrians still leading the way heading to Park City.
So obviously we had to catch you up with our doubles highlights so you know what's been going on this season. But one of the coolest parts, we've talked about it before, we'll talk about it again, is just women's doubles. People are so excited that it's finally equal between men and women in the doubles discipline. So we talked to a lot of the athletes and we said, hey, what are your thoughts about this? And here's what they said.
Well, I tell you, it's really, after watching the first race in Innsbruck, it's nice to see everyone stepping up to the plate, and it's a legitimate discipline, and it's good to see.
I'm really excited. It was something new, and we try it, and then we will see how it's going.
I think it's very nice for the girls also to make this discipline, and it's a nice, very good event, and yeah, it's good for our sport.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great opportunity also for the ladies to try out doubles, and as we've seen so far, they're doing quite well.
Always, I like it's some new sport coming in the oversport. It's challenging. I think it's be fun.
Yeah, it's great. It's interesting. I watched the first race in Innsbruck, and the training over the whole year in our team. Our ladies double do a really good job. In the first race, they got a second place. So yeah, it was a good start, and yeah.
I think so. I think we're seeing gender equality being pushed across so many different sports, and I'm glad that Luge has also joined that kind of coalition.
So a lot of people are excited that women's finally have their own discipline within doubles. And one part of it when they introduced this discipline is that they had to make the sleds more equal, had to make them more standardized. So a lot of athletes before the first World Cup were doing a lot of adjustments on their pods, on their bridges. But one part of the sled that is yet to be standardized are the steels. Each country has their own technology in terms of how their runners are built. So former German national team member Julian von Schleinitz is going to break down the intricacies of runners.
The art and science of setting up luge steels. The most important part of the sled are the steels. The steels are the only part of the sled that are in direct contact with the ice, and they are responsible for guiding the sled safely down the track, because they provide the lateral support needed to enable the cornering the athletes desire. The sharper you make the steel, the more lateral support you will have when driving down the track. However, there's one catch. The sharper you make the steels, also the slower the sled will be. And to demonstrate you why this effect happens, I have here a kitchen knife and an apple. And you can try this at home as well if you want. If you take the blunt side of the knife and go over the apple, you will see that there is little longitudinal friction in the driving direction, but there's also little lateral support. So you will not have much guidance. If you, however, use the other side, the sharp side of the knife, then the knife will go into the apple. You will feel there's a lot of friction, meaning the sled would be quite slow, but there's also a lot of lateral support. And this is the balance that the athletes have to achieve. They have to set up the steels as unsecure as they dare, because then they will be fastest.
Okay, so one thing about luge that you don't see on TV at all is just how much technology goes into these sleds. So we just got a short little blip about runners and how many setups there are and how many different ways to do it. And that's a big piece of sliding here at Park City. So this is known as a speed track, and you'll set up your sled differently as you would versus a driving track. So here's someone to give us a little more about it. Chris Masder, silver medalist in the Olympics. He's the one that's going to break down this track for us so you know how complicated it can be getting down the track.
Hello, my name's Chris Masder. Welcome to the 2002 Winter Olympic track here in Park City, Utah, surrounded by some of the most iconic ski resorts in the entire world. This track, depending on your discipline, is going to offer totally different challenges. For the men, the top 5 curves are arguably the most technical in the world. So if you don't play it safe, you're going to have some really big issues out of curve 2. For the women in doubles, this track is open, it's a highway, and it's forgiving. So you've got to take some risk. You've got to put your sled on edge, and you've got to go for it. So, depending on which race you're going to see, it's a different strategy, but it's exciting every single time. We've talked to several athletes about their feeling on the track.
This is my home track, so I'm just, super stoked to be sliding on some home ice with my track crew and my family around. I'm just so excited to race at home.
I adore this track. I trained here a few years ago. I love its character so much, so I'm really happy to be back here.
We've been here with the juniors and we went from bobsled, so men's start is a big challenge for me.
It feels great to be back in Park City. We love sliding in the U.S., having, kind of being at home even though we're far away. And the track right now is really fast, it's really fun, so it feels good.
Everyone is happy to be back here again, and everyone likes the track from our athletes. He feels good here can be back on this track, and it's nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's always nice to be back in Park City. I have good memories about this track, and it's my favorite track in the world.
I'm really excited. It's been a long time since I've been here, and a little bit of cold weather and hard ice to get the week started, and I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It feels amazing. I've never gotten to race a World Cup here, and it's a shame because we get training here all the time, so it's really exciting.
I'm so happy. It's so much fun for sliding here, and yeah, I'm looking for the competitions on the weekend.
It's always great to be back in Park City. It's sort of a home track. We don't get a ton of training here as compared to Lake Placid, but it's just nice to be in America and eat the American food and just be in a...
Be back after 8 years. The last time it was with the juniors, and now the ice is pretty good. I thought it would be rougher, but it's very okay.
It's super much fun, this track, and it's also not super hard to come in the finish, but I believe to be fast here, it's a real big deal.
Yeah, the track is really smooth, and I like it to slide here.
I love it.
I think it's a really cool track, and I'm excited to be here.
It's really interesting. It's a completely different track. The curves are open, and it feels completely different than the other tracks.
It's really cool. Track is very different from other tracks, so I'm still having a little bit of a hard time to figure it out, but that's the excitement of luge.
I like the track. I was here last time 2018 with the juniors, and I have good memories here, and I also like the
and it's a challenge to get the sled pointed in the right direction most of the time.
The mix between technical parts and top speed, high speed at the down part there, and that's what I like, and so I'm really glad to be back again.
Oh, I love it here. The biggest problem is that just every 4 to 5 years we're coming back here because I would love to come here every year, maybe twice.
Okay, Thomas Stoy making me laugh. It's funny, he said Thomas Stew. That's just because the announcers here in America pronounce it Stew when actually it's pronounced Stoy. So I just appreciate his humor. And also it's kind of rare to have a European that wants to slide in North America because they just don't get as many training runs here. And as Masder talked about, this track can be complicated. There's so many pieces to it that these athletes have to figure out. So with luge, it's kind of interesting. The older you are, the more experience you have, the better you are. And one of the athletes on tour that is one of the most veteran is Raluca Stramaturaro. She is our Athlete of the Week. It's one of our new series that we're rolling out with our FIL studio. So here's a closer look at Raluca and her career and everything about her.
Hello, I'm Raluca Stramaturaro, and I'm doing luge, single and double for Team Romania.
Welcome everyone to our FIL studio. We are doing our Athlete of the Week, our first one of the season, so thank you for joining us, everyone. This is Raluca Stramaturaru, four-time Olympian. I believe you're the veteran now of the sport. 37 years old, is that correct? How does it feel to be one of the oldest in the field? Is it strange? Is it kind of nice because you know the track so well?
I'm not thinking that I'm older, you know. I'm just thinking that I'm more experienced than the rest. But yes, it's okay to know more of the tracks than the rest, and it's okay to see like new faces and the athletes that are coming, so it's not so bad.
I think it's like a big advantage to have so much experience, because luge I feel like is like a fine wine. You get better as you get older. Do you agree, or do you think am I in the wrong?
No, I'm agree with you, but I think in luge also you need, even if you have the experience, the equipment is like doing most of the things. So yeah, it's good to have experience because you know the track and everything, but it's good to have the nice material too.
I'm sure that's a whole separate conversation that we could dive into for probably more time than people would be interested. But so really quick, the question I always get with luge is, how in the world do people get into this thing? So what's your story? How did you get involved in Romania?
Yeah, for me it was not the first choice. For the beginning, I was just playing on a soccer ground, and the coach was seeing me there, and he was just asking if I want to do luge, you know, but I didn't understand the word, and I was just saying, if I'm not doing school, okay, I can do this. Yeah. So I just say yes, and after I was seeing the track and everything, I was like, oh, I will not want to do this. But I think he just saw something in me after the first run that I have, and he was like, no, you need to do this. So I just stuck with this.
I mean, considering the career you've had, your best finish at the Olympics, 7th, can we just talk about that for a second? That was such a big deal. And I remember messaging you. I wasn't involved with the sport at the time, and I was watching, and I was just so excited and happy for you. It was such a big deal. So going into Pyeongchang, were you training differently, or did you feel that Pyeongchang just had a different energy to it? Or tell us what it was to get prepped for that.
Yeah, I think that all the things were together for the Pyeongchang. You know, the materials, in the shape that I was, you know, feeling good. I was enjoying sliding. Was like the best time of my life, and having the good runs there, you know, was making a lot of difference. And my mindset was just to relax and have the best time of my life. So I just have it.
And did you think it would go that well?
No.
Not at all.
No, I was just hoping for a 10th place, but was like, you know, if someone will do something, or we have all the stars there. But no, I was not thinking about that.
Coming back to your home country, what was it like? Were you a superstar? Like you should have been.
Yeah, it was a little bit different for me because I was not used to have that much attention. But I was happy that the people were talking about the luge, because they were, at the beginning, they were just asking, what's that? Just, you know, try to explain, you know, bob like on the track. But now they know. So it's like, it's big for us.
So now we just competed in Beijing, and now you've jumped into a completely new discipline. Luge is difficult enough. So what was the thought process going into women's doubles and making that happen?
Yeah, I just wanted to try something different, because, you know, in single is like I'm doing this for like more than 2 decades. So I was just thinking I need to try something new. And when the opportunity with the doubles came, I was just thinking, yeah, just let's try it.
We're excited to see how well this all goes. And again, just to do doubles and singles is such a big deal, so much time at the track. So anyways, we're just happy that you're a part of the Luge family and you've done so well. But really quick, I need you to teach me some Romanian really quick. What are some top words I need to know?
Okay, so I will just teach you thank you. It's mulțumesc.
That's a long thank you. Okay, wait, say it one more time.
Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc. Is that fine?
Perfect.
So people will think I'm a local?
Yeah, for sure.
I can trick them? Okay. Yeah. Mulțumesc to everyone. Is there anything you want to say to any Romanian fans watching? You can say in Romanian.
Yeah, I will just say mulțumesc like you. It's thank you for watching us, and thank you for all your support. And I hope you enjoy all the things that we are doing.
Amazing. Well, we'll watch out for you for this weekend, doubles and singles. So you're going to have a lot of runs down this Park City track. But everybody, thank you for joining us with our Athlete of the Week. We're Luca Stramaterrario. If you don't know her, come up and meet her. She's so great. And she's just one of the most veteran in the sport. So she has all the experience. So if you need any luge speed secrets, they should come to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello, everyone. We are back with our second week of the FIL Studio Live. We're so excited to be here at the track. We've got doubles coming up in just a second. And first, we got to talk to one of our expert analysts today, Anna Breiter. She's going to be joining Tim Singer in the booth. You're going to be hearing her through the whole race. She's going to be giving all the secrets of what's going on. So, hey, welcome. I would say welcome for joining us. Thank you for joining us, which, she's a silver medalist from Beijing earlier this year. So if someone's going to know, she's going to know. So anyways, thank you for being with us. First, let me throw you with our first question. So we're heading into men's doubles. The first week, I believe we had an Austrian sweep. Well, as a German, how did you feel seeing that?
Heartbroken.
Oh, heartbroken. Because have we ever seen that?
I don't know, not in my time. I don't know what was before, but it was heartbreaking seeing this, all the flags, not our flag, but yeah. I know the next week we were back, so it's okay.
Yeah, so the next week the Germans were back on top. So with this week coming into our third week here in Park City, how have the doubles been doing with the Germans specifically? Do you think they're favored to win this week?
I think they can win here. The runs they had were pretty good, but they were here like, I don't know, 6 years ago the last time, so they even came to me and asked a few questions because I was here in 2018 last time. And so I think they can do good here, but especially also the US team, I think, can be pretty good here.
Were you looking at doubles times? Were they comparable, or were there some big gaps?
I looked it up this morning to be prepared for this, and yes, seeded group training, there was a US double pretty fast, and also in the Nations Cup the US team won, so maybe we see a podium from them. I hope so. It would be good.
It's kind of interesting seeing our European athletes on a North American track because it's just so different, right? And the tour doesn't come and spend time here in North America. Now switching over to our women's discipline. So the first week in Eagles, we had Austria win, and then Italy, Futter Oberhofer came up in Whistler. So do you think it's a mixed bag for this race in Park City? Who do you think is going to be on top?
So I hope Germany wins this time, so it would be a good sweep. But, you know, the first three doubles in women's doubles, I think, are pretty safe. So which goes first, second, and third would be interesting.
Fascinating. I think it'll be interesting, too, to see the Americans because there's speed there, but a home track advantage. I mean, you're used to home track. Well, Koenigsegg, unfortunately, is not around right now. But talk about home track advantage. How much of a difference does that make for an athlete?
Our coach says luge comes from luging. So, yeah, you know, the more runs you have, the more experience you have. You know where the lines are, you know where the speed comes from. So I think also the women's doubles US team will be doing great here. And yes, I hope for tight racing here.
Luge comes from luging. You should get a tattoo of that, just right there. Okay, would you ever jump on a women's double slide? Because it's all the rage these days.
Maybe not, because I'm so small. I had to lay at the bottom, and I would be looking around the other head and looking, what is she doing? What is going on? So maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, I have so much respect for these women because a lot of these women we will see tomorrow in the singles race. They're sliding doubles and singles. So much time spent at the track. Yeah, it's just so much going on. So anyways, we're really excited. But this time is a little different format, right? So explain it. We go men's first run, women's. Go ahead and tell them.
So we have first coming up the men's doubles, then women's doubles, both the first run, and then we go to second run, men's, and then women's again. So we have maybe a bit more excitement in this whole situation.
I think it'll be interesting. I think doubles too is just, it's a difficult discipline because they're so top heavy. Do you think that makes a difference on a speed track like this in Park City?
I think it's always with the height of the doubles, it's always the same procedure, even on not so speedy tracks. So they have to be on point with, otherwise they can shake up, and it's going to be more shaky, and it's not so safe.
It seems complicated too. I mean, who drives what? I feel like I heard when I was sliding, the top man does the smaller drives, the bottom man does the big drives, but I've heard also opposite. I mean, explain for anyone viewing how difficult doubles can really be, right?
So when I'm on my single sled, I have to be focused on what I am doing. But this discipline is like two persons have to be so in common, and at the start, so they have to be synchronized, and everything has to be perfectly timed, and then it's supposed to be like a perfect match, mentally and physically, and I think that's a big challenge of doubles.
I think just luge is just so difficult. I mean, you make it look easy. Obviously, you're so successful in what you do. But really quick, I want to ask you one more question. What are the hardest parts on the track? Like, where should everyone be paying attention to? Well, I guess where was it hard for you, and then where do you think it'll be for doubles?
So first, I think it's hard to be fast in the top part of the track. Then you have the labyrinth, which is like very smooth, but you don't have to steer too much and not too less.
And those are curves 7, 8, 9,
yes.
Right? Okay.
Right. And then you go down to through 11 and 12, and there's the tricky part where every curve has to be very on point.
Cool. Well, there it is. You will be hearing her beautiful voice our entire broadcast, so don't say any bad words. You'll do an incredible job. We've got our live action coming up. Make sure you switch over to the other channel. Thank you so much for joining us on our FIL studio live today. It's going to be a lot of racing. We'll see you in between runs for a lot of cool, more content. And if you have any more questions, reach out to us at Luge Announcer on Twitter, and we'll answer anything that you got for us. So anyways, switch on over. We're done, but now you got to watch the real race coming up. Thanks, guys. All right, everyone, welcome back to our FIL studio show. It's between runs of the doubles competition, and we have a very special guest with us, Lisa Schulte from Austria. Really quick, you were watching that run first. Just let's get this out of the way. How did your boys do? How did that first run go for Austria?
It was a really exciting race. Our boys did really good, especially Yuri and Ricardo. They're in first place of the first run, so I hope to have a very good second run and win this race. And for the other two, there's like room for improvement, but I also did a good job.
Do you play favorites on your team?
No, we don't.
You don't?
No, it's very hard to say because they all have like a similar setup and can be as fast as each other. But Yuri and Ricardo are in a really good shape right now, so I'll tip on them if I could.
Okay, because I know sometimes within the team, you know, sometimes you're closer to some people, and I know different countries are really competitive versus others. Is Austria, would you say Austria is like really competitive within your own team?
No, not at all. We're just like a team. We're helping each other. Even the doubles, Yuri and Ricardo are still a really young team, and they can learn a lot from Stoikole.
Super cool. Well, you guys watched it. It was an exciting race. We still have a whole nother run coming up for men and women, so it's going to be a lot of fun. But in the meantime, we're hanging out at the finish. I want to know a little bit about you. I know we haven't talked much, and I know sometimes when viewers are watching, they just see athletes in the helmets. They don't really even get to know who we are. So first, the question I just have to know is, how did you get involved in this whole mess of a sport? Like, how are we here together? Because that's the question I get the most is like, how do people find this sport? So what's your story?
It's a pretty funny story. I moved from Germany to Austria when I was like 9. And then I met a new friend in school, and she was like, hey, I'm doing this really fun thing. You should try. And it was summer. So I went to them to training, summer training. We just played games. We were kids. And I was like, oh, they're nice people. I want to do this. And then I just couldn't stop. It was fun in the winter. And then the team is really great. So I think that's why I kept going.
Wait, how old were you again?
9.
You're 9 years old. I'm like, what are the other 9-year-olds in the world doing? Are they starting their Olympic quest? What is summer training for you guys? Is it like, are you on the track with wheels, or is it just like staying in shape?
Most of the time we're in the gym, staying in shape, doing a lot of athletic training, but also sliding on wheels in the tracks, which is different to winter, but still a training choice.
Well, what's the difference? What was that hesitation? Tell us more about it.
It's really bumpy in summer because there's no ice, and like the tracks are kind of old, and so it gets really bumpy, and you're slower. And because of the wheels, it's like if you steer, it's like it steers a lot. In winter, it's different, but it's not my favorite thing to do, but I guess it's still important for my training.
Are you guys still wearing spandex when you do this, like on the concrete track? Is this like a, I don't know, is this illegal? Because if you hit a wall in just a spandex suit, what is that? So you're not, because I know when I was training with the Americans, we would wear go-kart suits, but you guys are in spandex.
Yeah, we wear our race suits from winter, and if you crash, it hurts. But I've never crashed, luckily, in summer, so lucky, but I wouldn't recommend crashing. Even touching the wall, it hurts. You're already bleeding.
Yeah. You know, I just need to take that in for a second because when you hit concrete, it's kind of interesting. Like for summer sports, it's like, how fast can someone do this, or how long can they do this for? But I feel like winter sports is like, who will survive and all of that. What did your parents think when you got involved with this?
I think my mom thought I was crazy. My dad thinks it's pretty cool still. They're supporting me and everything, but my mom is always really nervous watching the races. But they were like athletes, like skiing athletes when they were younger too, so I think they'll get it.
Do you live close to the track?
Yeah, I live like 10 minutes away from Eagles.
Okay, so was it something that you did after school? Like when people live close to the track, is it something that kids just do every day as like an after school program?
No, you have to get into sliding, like into the program, and then you can do it. But a lot of kids do it now in Eagles because they go to the schools and like, hey, let's do luge. And then a lot of kids try it, and I think it's fun for them too. So,
okay, so what was the moment when you realized that this was going to be like your career? Like, is there a core memory in there?
Yeah, it was actually pretty late because like when I was like, I think 15 or 16, that's when I got my first like successful seasons with the juniors, and I was like, okay, I think I want to do this. I want to go to the Olympics. And before that, it was more like, okay, let's see how far I can go. But like with 15, 16, when I won my first Junior World Cup, I was like, okay, this is fun. I want more of this.
It's when you're fast, it's fun, right? But when you're not fast and when you're crashing. But did you crash a lot when you were younger, or not so much?
I would say a normal amount of crashes. It depends on the track.
Like, what's normal? Tell everyone what's normal.
Like my first time Sigulda, I think I crashed like 90% of my runs. But a lot of people do that because it's a hard track. And on other tracks, I don't even have one crash in my career yet, so that's good.
Well, we'll knock on wood down here. Here's the wood. So you talk about, you know, heading to the Olympics. What was the moment? I don't know what it's like growing up in Austria, but I know growing up in USA, there's a lot of moments you see on TV of when you realize you made the Olympic team, or like, you know, it's like your moment. So when did you find out you made these past Olympics, and what were you feeling?
I think it was 2 races after New Year's, and I had got a 6th and a 7th place finish in Sigulda, and I think that was when I knew, okay, I'm going to the Olympics. And I didn't realize it at first because of the COVID situation, and like you have to stay negative to get there. And once we were in the plane, I was like, okay, let's go, we're going to the Olympics. And then I saw like all these successful athletes from Austria and all over the world, and was like, okay, I'm here now, and I was so excited. Like when I saw Michaela Schifrin, I was like, oh my God, fangirl moment.
Oh my gosh. Okay, who are your other heroes? What careers do you watch?
Definitely skiing, Michaela Schifrin.
Is there an Austrian skier that you love, or just Michaela?
I think with the women, it's just Michaela.
She's kind of top dog.
Yeah.
She's hard not to like.
Yeah. She's really like, I don't know, she seems so nice, but like a really good athlete too. And then there's, with the skiers, there's Marco Odermatt. He's a really young Swiss guy. Cool. He's also skiing really great. And other sports, I feel like there's Olympics, I watch almost every sport. Yeah. But outside of the Olympic, I'm more like concentrating on my own sport, I guess. But there's even summer sports, like volleyball and stuff like that. I really like it.
So outside of luge, like, who are you? What do you like to do when it's not winter? Is it an identity crisis, or is it fun?
No, it's fun. Like last year, I started traveling a lot alone and with my friends. And then I do horseback riding occasionally. And then I have 2 dogs at home, which I love.
What kind? We need to know.
We got a really like small one from Romania. And he has like this little legs, and he's really cute. And then we have like a tall one, and it's called Broholma. It's like a Dutch dog, really big, but she's really cute too.
I'm not even gonna attempt that word. That sounded really complicated. Okay, so you're at the Olympics. How did you finish at the games?
I ended up in 6th place,
which is incredible. Yeah. Were you expecting that, or were you surprised?
I was surprised. Like before the Olympics, I wouldn't believe it. Yeah. But after the first run, I was in 3rd place, so I kind of dropped back a little bit. And in that moment, I was like, oh, damn it. Yeah. But now I'm like 6th place at the Olympics. I'm really happy about it.
I mean, just 4 clean runs is so difficult to do. And one thing, as we're commentating and broadcasting the sport, it's really hard to tell how difficult it is to do the sport on TV. So if you were to describe luge, like, what's the best way you could describe it, if you could?
Okay, let me try. So first off, it's like finding the position on the sled is really like different. You can't compare it to anything. And then it depends on the ice, but if the ice is really hard, like here, it like feels like sliding on like raw eggshells, and you'll just like don't want to break them. I think that's the best way to describe it right here.
Raw eggshells.
Yeah, like raw eggs. Like you don't want to break the eggs, and just like, ooh.
But going 80 miles an hour.
Exactly.
I don't know who came up with this sport, but every week I'm just always so stunned by the talent of everyone that we interview. So really quick, this season, I know it started out tough on your home track. Last week, how did it go last week?
Whistler was a new track for me, so I'm pretty happy with the 8th place. My first run was a little bit sloppy, but the second one was really solid. So I was happy to be back in the top 10, and I want more, so I'm excited for the race here.
Okay, and then this week on training, give us just a really quick, what do you think about the track? Do you like it? Do you hate it? And are you excited to race tomorrow?
I like it, the track. It's very different to Whistler, so like the transition from Whistler to here was a bit hard. But I think I got it in the last run, and I guess I'm really excited to race.
Okay, cool. So are you feeling, wait, before you race, do you have any pre-race rituals? Or unless they're secret, you don't have to do it. So how do you get ready for a race?
So like the night before the race, I always make 2 Dutch braids. I always have 2 Dutch braids for my race day.
Okay, wait, everyone pay attention because this is the content that you want to hear, but you never hear about. Okay, so 2 Dutch braids. Is that the same as a French braid?
Yeah, just inside out. Like you see the braid more, it comes like inside out.
Are there German braids and American braids?
I don't think so. I don't know. I just know Dutch and French.
Okay, we have French, we have Dutch. So inside out braids the night before.
Yeah. And then I just pack my bag, get ready, go to sleep, and then the next day I get my usual breakfast, which is like a porridge with apple and cinnamon.
If it's like pancakes, does that mess you up?
No, I don't think so. We are living in houses here, so I can choose what I want. So that's nice. And then I just do my warm-up routine, and it's pretty simple actually.
Okay. Okay, because I know with luge, there's so much of it that like people are superstitious or they have different things, but the Dutch braids, take notes. If your junior athletes are paying attention, and she's fast and she's an incredible athlete, so maybe you'll start a trend, like how the Americans do glitter.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Could be a thing. I don't know. And then last question, I always just want to ask this: what are your dreams?
Of course, for the next Olympics, I want an Olympic medal. That's the goal. And I feel like just getting into like the top 3 athletes of luge and be successful, but also don't get injured.
Don't get injured. That's a great dream. Well, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Lisa Schulte, check her out on Instagram, and also just follow her the rest of the season because obviously she's fun and she's cool. And we'll have to see those Dutch braids. Do you keep them in for race day?
I have them for warming up, and then before the first run, I have to open it till here. Otherwise, they wouldn't fit under the helmet.
Okay. We will keep an eye out for your Dutch braids. Maybe I'll show up with Dutch braids. You'll have to teach me because actually I'm terrible at anything with my hair, so that's why I just wear a beanie. So anyways, thank you so much for joining us. Really quick, guys, we're going to show you this cool feature. There's so many Olympic sports that happen here in Utah, especially here at the Utah Olympic Park. Here's a little bit about what they have going on and how they prep these kids and these athletes for these big moments. Because again, the 2002 Olympics were here way back when. So there's such a rich history here of these winter sports. Check it out.
I'll be fine. I'll do it. Well, here goes something, I guess.
Zia Terry epitomizes what we see every day here at the Olympic Park. Young athletes being faced with a big challenge.
Do you go faster on the end run?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Is it any steeper, do you think? Not much?
Same steepness, it's just longer.
It's just longer. Just longer, just a bigger 20, that's all.
Yep.
I got it. I'm gonna jump. Okay. Here. How long did you wait till you were scared? I go.
She herself makes the decision to go and to face her fears. And she'll use that skill for the rest of her life.
60 seems like nothing now. Whoa!
And building those skills through effective programs that we offer is a hallmark of what our legacy is all about. Utah's Olympic venues train 2/3 of the U.S. Olympians in all winter sport. But we also take pride in the fact that these Olympic venues are community recreation centers.
This is in a day and age when youth and sport and health and obesity, all of those things are very important to these young folks that are growing up.
If I was a kid right now, this rink would be a platform for dreams. Seeing Olympic rings on the wall when you walk in, seeing the events we have here every year, I think it just inspires kids. We are high performance by day because we have our U.S. national teams in here training the best athletes in our country every morning here. And we're recreation by night because the public comes in. All of our youth programs, our youth and adult hockey leagues, curling, adult curling.
primarily our mission is to engage people in the legacy, engage kids, engage families, engage adults in the activities that we have here. These are fun sports that we do up here. We've got extensive programs that really allow us to provide that access to people.
Mom, that was the coolest thing ever. Can we move to Utah? That's what I get all the time. I love that passion. I love that fire. I love the inspiration that comes out of these kids after they spend, you know, an afternoon or a whole day out on those jumps.
Well, Soldier Hall is a fantastic venue for biathlon because it has, you know, of course, the Olympic legacy, and it's situated right in the middle of a beautiful park, and we've got access to excellent trails and facilities. So you put all that together, and whether you're a brand new athlete or an aspiring Olympian, there's something for everybody.
The flame has never gone out here in Utah. We continue to not only train athletes, but we are busy with all sorts of activities. For a lot of the kids, it's a place to learn something new, to be with their friends, and to enjoy outdoor recreational sport.
Hello everyone, we're back with our FIL Studio live show. We're here with FIL member Fred Zimney, former American athlete, but now working for the FIL. Thank you for joining us. We'd love to just chat and get to know you. Tell me first, what are you doing for the FIL? What's your official title so we know what you're doing on tour?
My official title is Director of Development for the FIL. I've been doing the position for about 4 years now. And it's a great job. It's very rewarding because I get to work with almost every nation under the FIL umbrella, but primarily the nations in need, the smaller nations that have maybe 1 or 2 athletes that don't have a lot of funding, and I get to assist them and all that. And it's a very rewarding experience.
Which tell us some of the countries that you're working with.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, typically, as you know, after an Olympic year, you lose a lot of athletes. They retire, they just quit the sport, but. This year or this season after Beijing, we've actually seen an influx of a lot of new athletes and primarily junior athletes, which is really what we want in the development program. So we've got a lot of new non-traditional nations like Thailand, Puerto Rico, Ireland. We have new junior athletes from those nations, and then we also have like Netherlands, France, Croatia.
How in the world does Puerto Rico learn about luge? Like how are we blessed with a Puerto Rican athlete?
Well, there was a past U.S. luge athlete, Rich Colco, who worked with the Puerto Rican team in 1992. He was the bobsled team manager at the Olympics in Albertville. So that's the connection.
Well, it's always connections to get into the sport of luge. Okay, interesting. So I always have so much respect for, I guess, the smaller countries because the resources are just different, the finances are just different, and I feel like they're really incredible athletes, and then it's just such a hard sport to learn. So like, how are you able to catch them up to speed? Because they're going up against athletes that have 10 plus years on them, but yet they show up to these World Cups and do so well.
It's a challenge for them, for sure, you know, especially with these non-traditional nations. You know, their country doesn't know about the sport of luge, so they don't get any financial support. So they're not only trying to learn the sport and be successful at it, but they're also trying to pay for it. And as we all know, luge is not a cheap sport when you're traveling around the world trying to compete. But the FIL also has a good program. We coordinate 3 different FIL teams. So those smaller nations, we put them together, and there might be 10 different nations within an FIL group, but we supply a coach, we supply the logistics, and they act like a team, even though they're from maybe 10 different nations. So we have that for youth, for juniors, and for senior athletes, and it works very well.
On the youth program as well?
Absolutely, and that actually just started this year. So we have.
They don't even have driver's licenses. Are you sending chaperones with them?
Most of the time, yes. A parent will come, or maybe they'll have a new coach that's trying to learn as well. But we have an eye on the Youth Olympic Games, which are next season in Pyeongchang. So we're trying to focus on that this year. They're actually going to be going to Pyeongchang next month for some training and a test race to get ready for those Youth Olympic Games next year.
Fascinating. It's so cool to hear kind of behind the scenes of how the federation is even run. So are you on tour? Like, are you traveling country to country?
Not personally. We do have FIL coaches for each of those 3 teams, but here in Salt Lake City, we only had 1 athlete on the FIL group come here. So instead of sending our coach from Europe, I'm here in the U.S. and I just came to coach her here at this race.
And it's Lin Xin Rong?
Exactly.
Chinese Taipei?
Exactly.
How has she been doing this week?
She's been getting some good runs, you know, a little hot and cold, but she did qualify for the World Cup, so she'll be racing tomorrow.
Okay, very cool. Everyone, just keep your eye out. That's it, because it's a big deal to qualify for these World Cups. Sometimes these athletes will go from place to place and they just get to race Nations Cup, which is 1 run, but to be in the World Cup. I was talking to Elsa Desmond, Ireland, and she was saying, wow, it's so nice to take 2 runs instead of just 1 run. So just so much respect for these athletes. So now that you're on this side of things, as an athlete, I mean, the sport was so different back in the day. Like what do you remember from when you were on a sled?
Well, we're talking, I don't even want to say how many years ago, but...
You're a piece of history. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, I'm a piece of history, all right. We really struggled back in the day, you know, back in the late 70s when a lot of us got started, and many of us are still involved in some respect right now. But, you know, you had to seek it out. You had to find the sport, you had to finance yourself. And nowadays it's a little bit easier to get involved, especially in the U.S. with the Slider Search program and the FIL teams, you know, internationally. So it's come a long way. It's developed. We have better equipment, better funding, better financing. So it's a lot different than it was back then.
So do you ever think like, oh, if I could be on a sled, I would just school all these kids?
Of course.
That was the answer.
I know it.
That's when you know you were a good athlete, when you have that confidence. Also, the sleds back in the day versus now. Like, just what's a little brief recap on the technology and how much it's improved?
To be honest with you, I think the technology has gone a long way, especially in the steel runners. You know, it's the only part of the sled that touches the ice, so I think the biggest gains can be made in steel technology. But as far as the general sleds, I think to the general public, if you put a sled from 30 years ago to a sled today, it really doesn't look that different. Sure, there's changes, but it's basically the same.
Do you think steel, so really just because you brought it up, and we probably got to wrap up soon because the race is going to be starting, but I think steel technology is really interesting because it's not something that we really get to get into on the world's feed, right? And I think when spectators watch, they don't really know like what's going on with the sleds and the sled setups, and it's just such a complicated part of sliding, of luge. It's not just about getting down the track. So in terms of runner and steel technology, what does that mean if you were to explain that to a normal fan?
The steel technology...
Without sharing too many... I'm kidding. Keep going.
No, the steel technology is very much a black art. And I think if you spoke to each team, each head coach, they would give you a different explanation of what they do. But I think really the biggest gains are going to come from what that steel is made up from, what's going to be the fastest on ice. And I think every team, especially the bigger ones, do a lot of testing in that respect to try and find that steel that's going to be the fastest for them.
Interesting. Well, a dark art, is that what you called it? It's not like Harry Potter?
Art. A black art.
Oh, a black art, not dark art. Defense against the dark arts. Well, guys, you just heard a whole wealth of information from Fred Zimney, FIL. So if anyone's watching from one of those countries that wants to get involved in luge, this is the guy to talk to. He'll get you on a sled. He'll get you the right resources so you can come join us on tour and get to see the world. Super cool. Anything else you'd like to say? This is your moment to pitch the fans. This is your advertisement for your mission.
I would just say to the people that are watching that have never seen a luge race in person, come out and see it in person one day, because it's one thing to see it on TV and see how fast they're going, but when you're standing next to the track, you really get a feel for the speed.
It's completely different, and you might pee your pants a little bit because it is just that fast. But thank you so much for joining us. We're now going to head into our second run, but first, let's hear from our commentators in the booth. What did you guys think of first run, and what are you thinking is going to happen for our second run?
Well, thanks very much, Kate. I think I'm the one that's supposed to be asking the questions, right? But we will throw that right at you. What was the biggest surprise, Anna Bierreiter, Olympic silver medalist, joining us, the biggest surprise in run number one?
I think the men's doubles with the young Austrian team Gatt and Schöpf, very surprising on this track. I think as a double, they never been here, but I'm not sure. And it's very surprising. They are in the lead by 300ths of a second.
Yeah, 38 thousandths, exactly.
So, and they were very happy in the outrun. So I thought, okay, they had a good run, but it's the first place, so it's good.
They won the opening race, but that was on their home track. One of the stories we've been talking about today is that many of the senior athletes, including the Tobys and Egert Beneken, they have not raced here in 6 years. But the younger athletes, such as yourself, you have raced here. You won the Junior World Cup here in 2018. How big an advantage is that there was one race for the juniors?
A big advantage because mainly because we had a whole training week here. So we were 1 week every day, like 3 runs, I think, and you have more experience, more runs, you get confident on the sled. So I think that's a big advantage for the young athletes here.
Okay, women's, after the first run, that will be the second race we see when we return to live action. And the top 3 right now are the 3 that really have been the podium every week. So you've got the Italians, you've got the Austrians, and you've got this young, sensational German World Championship team. Of those 3, you got to be impressed with Italy right now, right?
Yes, I am, and I'm impressed with the girls. None of them had a pretty clean run. Everybody had few mistakes. If they can clean that up, we can maybe see a switch from the podium.
Okay, we got to throw this one question at you before we let you go, because no one ever gets to see us really on air. They just get to hear us. But congratulations on that Olympic silver medal last February in Beijing. How big a surprise was that for you, and how big of a life-changing moment was that?
Yes, first it was a surprise for me to do 4 good runs. That was the main goal for me, have 4 good runs with good starting times. And then in the end it was a silver medal. It was very surprising, but to be honest, after the second day I felt like, okay, tomorrow is going to be good. I'm fine with everything that happens. And yeah, then going over the finish line in the 4th run, still exciting moment, even if I knew I had a good run. But to see the green numbers and the first place after the 4th run, it was very exciting.
It was exciting to watch from 6,000 miles away. Anna will be back with me here in just a few minutes. We've got run number 2 of both the men's and the women's doubles competition coming up. But right now, to wrap up our studio show, we send it back to our host extraordinaire, Kate Hansen. Kate?
Thank you so much for that. We're excited heading into our second run. That's some expert analysis right there. Thank you so much, Anna and Tim. We appreciate you commentating today. But yes, we're heading into the second run. Men will be first. Now, really quick, I just want to point out the parts of the track that you should keep your eye out for. So when doubles pull off, they're headed into curve 4. That's the first curve for them. And from there, you can count the curves as they go down. And each curve requires a very specific algorithm of steering, something that they've been trying to practice all week. But again, for some of the European athletes, it's difficult to cover because they're not used to sliding on this track. So the main points you're going to want to look for on a double sled, we saw a little bit of action between 10 and 11. There's a little straightaway in there. And then out of 14 at the bottom, we also saw a lot of time lost at the bottom. So for all you spectators that kind of not sure what you're looking for, just keep your eye out for curve 10 and curve 14. Again, this is one of the fastest sports on ice, so it comes at you fast. But everybody hang tight. We're coming up with our world's feed in just a few minutes. I believe our forerunners are coming down right now. They're the ones that come down first to check the track. They've been spending some time on the track, getting it nice and spritz. And it's also getting colder, so I wouldn't be surprised if the women's doubles, if they have another track record, and also if the men go a little bit faster. So everyone, thank you for joining us on our in-between run show. I don't know if that's what we're calling it, in-between run show. But anyways, we're coming up on our second run, so hold tight. Grab a cup of coffee. If you're in Europe and you're watching and it's in the middle of the night, make sure you get a snack so you can stay up so you can watch what happens with our doubles race. We'll see you in a little bit. This is the Asian Pacific Championships, and we're hearing the Americans' national anthem.
Not believe you just sang American national anthem. I tried. I don't know much of it. Hey, redemption tomorrow.
A great scene with the North Americans. It's always fun being back in Park City for the North American Asian Championships. All right, we're gonna step in. We have a lot of successful sleds today. We'll jump to those guys in a second, but we have an incredible story. Our Canadian women's team, I can see you guys just giggling here in the corner. This is Nash and Corliss. Kate, tell us just what happened today with your guys'. I don't wanna give it away, so you guys explain what you're feeling right now.
Honestly, I think we're feeling a little bit shocked. We came into this race just wanting to lay down 2 consistent runs, and that's a big thing for us as the whole Canadian team. We want to work on our consistency, and it really paid off for us today. So we're very happy.
So your 2 runs, so you ended up with a bronze. This is your first World Cup medal. Are you getting texts like crazy from home?
Not yet. I mean, our phones are up at the top, so it might be a bit of an explosion when we get back. I thought our parents are probably so shocked up there. Like, we came into this race not expecting a lot, but I'm excited to see what everyone's response is.
I feel like every athlete has this moment where you don't think much is going to happen, and then the world just kind of explodes. So after the first run, what place were you guys in?
6th. Yeah.
Explain that moment when you're standing in the leader box over here. We call it riding the elevator, and each sled was coming down, just mistake after mistake. What were you guys thinking? Were you like, oh, we'll make it onto the podium?
I don't think really. I think every time a sled would come down, we'd just look at each other in shock and just kept waiting, I guess. Yeah, I think the initial feeling is, you know, a little bit of hope, like someone else comes down behind you and you're like, okay, we got this. Like, there's nothing you can do at that point to affect anybody else, but it's just a little bit of trusting the process and knowing that you laid down a good run and hoping the results show for themselves.
And when was the last time you guys were here?
The last time we were here was 2018. That was actually for the first ever women's doubles race. Natalie and I were in the Youth A category. That was the first time women's doubles was a thing, and we
were a part of history.
Yeah, we actually won that race as well. So this is a really special track for Natalie and I, and this is a really special day for us.
Okay, so how are we celebrating? What are you doing when you leave the track?
Going back to sleep because we're doing it again tomorrow. We've got 3 more races, hopefully.
Because you guys are also in singles.
Yeah, just Caitlin this week is going to do singles, but we still have sprint doubles tomorrow.
Okay, sprint doubles. So the 3 runs would then be, or is it 1 run for you?
She has 3 more races, hopefully for sprint. I qualify for the sprint and singles as well.
The thoughts are, I'm going to qualify,
yes,
not
going to qualify. We're going to do 3 more races. There's another medal on the line in doubles tomorrow in the sprint race, and we're just going to lay it down and we'll see what happens.
Okay, fun. Well, I'm really excited to watch it. Your laughing and giggling makes me giddy for sliding. So anyways, everyone watch out for these guys, because really congratulations on today. What are you going to do with your hardware? You going to frame it, or this is the first of many, so let's not be too excited because we know you'll be here again. But what are you going to do with your medal?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, we have a Pacific Champs medal from 3 years ago, from 2019, but in men's doubles, and so it feels really cool to have one in women's doubles, but this time it's gold.
And now we also have our first World Cup medal. I don't know.
Well, I'm excited for you guys. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you in the sprint, all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, of course. Oh my gosh, our next, wow. Let's see these things. Wow. These are incredible. Okay, tell us how you felt about this race. You guys were so fast. And also, you're technically the younger team for Austria, so how is this feeling?
Yeah, it's feeling weird because we're just trying to get down clean runs, and then that we're that fast, and with this position, I don't know what to say.
What did it feel being on bottom?
Sorry?
How did it feel being on bottom? Are you feeling the same as him, or were you like, that was I don't know. Sometimes I feel like on a doubles team, they'll be like, well, I felt this, or I felt this. So what from a bottom man point of view?
It's nearly the same. It's very cool to stay on the bottom, and I don't know what I can say.
And you guys had such a great opening to the season. You won on your home track, correct?
Yeah.
For the World Cup. And then how did you do last week in Whistler?
We ended up third in Whistler. So yeah, the home World Cup was really special because there's a crowd and family from home, and it was a special moment. But then we thought, like, now it's America and there are new tracks for us, and we will see how it's going, and then it's really good. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. And Ship, you come from natural track. Do you come from natural track as well? So how did you find yourself here? And explain natural track really quick, because sometimes people don't know what it is.
So I start national luging because my dad and my grandpa make it before, and I think I make the sport like 6-7 years. And then I want to try something new.
Well, we're happy that you're here, and you guys are obviously doing incredible. Are you excited for the second half of the season in Europe?
Yeah, in Europe we know the tracks, so we will see.
That really helps when you know the tracks. Yeah. Do you have a favorite track outside of Eagles?
To be honest, I really like this track, so I would say it can be my favorite track beside of Eagles.
Okay, that's good. You should tell the FIL that so they keep coming back here. Deal?
I hope so. This and Königssee. These are my favorite tracks.
Königssee. We're waiting for that one. Well, congratulations, Gat and Ship. I hope you celebrate. We'll probably see you tomorrow, so you don't have the weekend off.
Can celebrate tomorrow then.
Okay, tomorrow we'll all celebrate.
Only one run, and then we have free time.
And then, do you want to say anything in German to your fans at home?
Ja, wir wollen einfach Danke sagen an alle, die uns unterstützt haben die letzten Jahre. Und jetzt passt einfach alles gut zusammen und wir genießen es einfach. Und, ja.
Ja, auf jeden Fall danke Mama, Papa, an die Trainer, an alle und Gruß in die Heimat.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you after Christmas. I'm just so happy for them. I love seeing younger teams just excel and do well, and also they're collecting a lot of hardware for a young team on the circuit. But I think that is going to be it for us. We may have one more. Degenhardt is joining me. She's giving me the eyes from across the dock. I would love for her to join me on camera because she's kind of a big deal, but we'll see if she'll jump up here. Oh, she probably has another interview she has to do, so maybe we're not on top of her list. But it's been an exciting day of racing. We still have one more race to go. We can get a good vision of her right there. I wish we just spoke German so you guys could understand everything she was saying. But we'll see her again tomorrow after the sprint race. But men's race is going to be coming up very soon. So for all of you people that have been watching, we have a special little thing that we want to show you. If you don't really know how luge has come to be, well, we're going to educate you on it and we're going to show you. So here's a little bit on the history of luge. We're good. I already threw it.
Do you know what it's like to ride down a mountain at 150 kilometers an hour on a small sled? Check this out. These daredevils on ice are speed junkies who use precision instincts to get to the bottom of these alpine tracks first, then look for the clock to see if they have won the race. Once every 4 years, that race could be an Olympic gold medal, something that would change their lives forever. you know what it's like to ride down a mountain at 150 kilometers an hour on a small sled? Check this out. These daredevils on ice are speed junkies who use precision instincts to get to the bottom of these alpine tracks first, then look for the clock to see if they have won the race. Once every 4 years, that race could be an Olympic gold medal, something that would change their lives forever. Luge is a French word for sled, and its origins are debated. The first recorded use of the term luge dates back to 1905 and derives from the Savoy-Swiss dialect of the French word luge, meaning small, coasting sled. A world governing body for the sport first surfaced in the mid-1930s. An Austrian, Bert Isevich, established control of the sport in the 1950s, and they staged its first world championships in the sport in 1955 in Oslo, Norway. 2 years later, in 1957, the Federation International Luge was formed at a meeting in Davos, Switzerland. It applied for Olympic inclusion and was granted that for the 1964 Games in Innsbruck. At those Innsbruck Winter Olympic Games, the first ever gold medal in luge went to the GDR's Ortrud Enderlin. Luge was now an Olympic sport, and with competition comes heroes of the sport, and Germany has been home to most of those heroes. 8 different German doubles teams have won a total of 11 Olympic gold medals. German women have dominated luge more than any other country in any sport. Thanks to legends such as Steffi Walter-Martin, the Silkes, Kraushauer and Otto, and Natalie Geisenberger. The Deutsch Dames have won 33 out of 48 Olympic medals and once went over 11 years without losing any international races. For the men, Bavaria's Georg Hackl and his protege Felix Schlock have captured Olympic gold 5 times. Hackl's duels with Austrian Markus Prock may be the best rivalry in the history of the sport. But despite the Germans' amazing success, historians look elsewhere when talking about the greatest champion in the history of luge. Italy's Armin Zogler, the South Tyrolean, has won 10 World Cup overall titles, 6 World Championships, and 6 medals in 6 consecutive Olympics. A record for any winter or summer individual Olympic sport. The athletes in the sport of luge come from a very diverse background. It's hard to believe that there's an athlete from India competing in the sport of luge, but Shiva Keshavan has represented his country in 6 Winter Olympic Games. Josef Fendt won a silver medal for West Germany at the 1976 Games in Innsbruck and went on to become the second ever president of the Federation International Luge from 1994 through 2020. Some athletes have won medals in multiple Olympic sports. Gerda Weissensteiner of Italy won a gold medal at the 1994 Winter Olympics in Lillehammer and then went on to win a bronze medal in women's bob at the 2006 Winter Olympic Games in Torino. Susie Erdmann of Germany won a silver medal in Lillehammer, and then she also went on to win a women's bob bronze medal at the 2002 Winter Olympic Games in Salt Lake. The sport of luge has produced many family combinations who have won Olympic medals and world championships. The Neuner sisters from Austria, Doris and Angelika, won the gold and silver medal at the 1992 Winter Olympic Games in Albertville. The Tobias brothers of Germany, Wendell and Arlt, have won 4 Olympic gold medals in doubles and team at the 2014 and 18 Winter Olympic Games. Markus Prock of Austria was a dominant figure in the sport, winning 2 world championships and 3 Olympic medals, and now his young daughter Hannah competes. Albert Demchenko of Russia won 2 Olympic silver medals and now gets to coach his daughter Victoria, who won a bronze medal at the 2020 World Championships in Sochi. Armin Ziegler is considered one of the greatest of all time in luge, and now his daughter Nina is carrying on the family tradition. The Sik brothers of Latvia have won multiple Olympic and World Championship medals. The Linger brothers of Austria won 2 Olympic golds and 1 silver and multiple World Championship medals from 2002 through 2014. The Schiegel cousins of Austria won 6 World Championship medals, including 2 golds in 1996 and 97. There are 4 Uber brothers of Italy, and between them they've won multiple gold and silver medals in doubles luge at Lillehammer in 1994, and their brother Gunter went on to a gold medal in Nagano in bobsledding. They all have won an individual World Championship title in their careers. At the Olympic Games, only 4 nations have won gold medals in the sport of luge, including Germany, Italy, Austria, and Russia. But at the World Championships, there are multiple nations also on top of the podium. Norway won its gold medal in 1955 in Oslo, as Anton Salvesen was the best in the world. Poland has won 4 World Championship titles. Jerry Wozniak won the World Championships twice in 1958 and again in 1961. And in 1970, Barbara Pichetta won in Königssee. And the doubles team of Jankowicz and Kudisa won the doubles title in Imst in 1963. Switzerland has won 2 luge golds at the World Championships. The first was at Girenbad in 1961 when Elizabeth Nagli walked away with the world title. And then again in 2016 when Martina Kocher won the inaugural sprint world title in Königssee, Germany. The USA has won 2 World Championship titles, with Wendell Suko winning in Calgary in 1993, and Erin Hamlin in Lake Placid in 2009, and she also added a sprint title in Innsbruck in 2017. Canada's only title was at Lake Placid in 1983, when Miroslav Zanik won the men's gold. There have been many technology advancements in the sport over the years, especially in the sleds. Luge racing has come a long way from the original sleds to the high-tech spaceships of today that use modern wind tunnels to find 1,000th of a second. This is a good example how far the sport has come since its inception. But there has also been some radical technology gimmicks over the years. One of the most famous were the Coneheads of the 1976 Games. It was debuted by the West Germans, but after the Games was disallowed because of danger considerations. The tracks have also changed from the natural tracks of the first 3 Olympics, but the most important breakthrough was the artificially cooled track first built in Königssee, Germany in 1969. This changed the sport totally, and at the 1976 Games in Innsbruck, the first ever competition on these artificial tracks took place. 1977 marked the start of the World Cup, which is contested on most of the artificial tracks in the world, and once every decade, an appearance on the St. Moritz natural track. But separately, there is a natural track luge competition circuit, which provides a look into the past and the grassroots of the sport that has been around for generations. These pictures speak for themselves. Team luge became a full Olympic medal sport in 2014 in Sochi and involves 3 sliding disciplines of women's, men's, and doubles in a relay format where the next sled does not start until the team at the bottom hits the paddle. It has become a very popular TV sport. The sprint race was launched in 2008. Basically, the run does not start when the luger leaves the start house, and usually it is triggered 200 meters down the track, emphasizing more of the speed of the athlete and not the start. All 3 disciplines, men's, women's, and doubles, are competing in this sport. As of 2020, it is not an official Olympic sport. The past, present, and future of this sport is impressive, from the sleds of old to the high-tech rockets of today. Then there are the athletes themselves, who come from all walks of life and lots of family combinations. Some call luge the oldest winter sport. Some call it the fastest sport on ice. But for sure, it is a sport of thrill seekers who all have similar goals. Represent your country at an Olympic Winter Games, and if possible, win an Olympic gold medal. For more information on the sport of luge, contact the FIL.
everyone, and welcome to our FIL studio show. We are so excited to be here in Park City. It's so pretty. As you can see, it's an incredible place to be. This is Main Street right here. We're at the bottom of Main Street, home of the Sundance Film Festival, and of course here in Salt Lake City, we're the 2002 Olympics. So an incredible place to be. You can see Main Street is totally Christmased out. It's so fun and cute. There's so many restaurants and shops, and we've got a lot going on this weekend. So today we're gonna jump into doubles and men's luge racing. But before we do that, we're gonna go check out Park City. Come with me and we'll go check it out.
In winter's favorite town, alpine beauty is revered. Old charm is preserved. And fun is something we never run short of. Welcome to Park City, Utah. Naturally, winter's favorite town. Join the experience at visitparkcity.com.
Park City is incredible. We're excited to be here, but we've been through a few stops previously until being here. Like we mentioned, this is the third stop on the World Tour. We were in Austria, we were in Whistler last week, and we had a lot of action that happened. Tim Zinger, he's gonna take us through the playback of all of it to catch you up so you're prepped for this weekend.
Moving on now to the men's singles competition with Wolfie Kindle leading the way. Kindle, a two-time world champion back in 2017 on this track. Hot off an Olympic bronze medal in his last international race. Kindle crosses, holding up the #1 as he led the way. Then it was Jonas Mueller. Mueller, also a World Cup winner on this home track of his several seasons ago. Big crowd on hand to celebrate out of the Kreisel. And then when he negotiated through 8 and 9 and down to the lower labyrinth and across the finish, it was not enough as Mueller falls just behind Wolfgang Kindl. Austria guaranteed the podium at this point, but who would be the winner? Nico Gleicha. He's played second fiddle to his brother, the Olympic champion David Glacier, but Nico did win a World Cup race 2 seasons ago. He was solid all last year. Could he make his way to the top of the podium? Yes, he does. 139.283 in front of his brother, in front of his parents, Gerhard and Sabine, cheering in the stands. And Wolfgang Kindl on the podium will hold up 4 fingers to represent a 1, 2, 3, 4 Austria domination. Off to Western Canada for stop number 2. Dominic Fischnaller, the Olympic bronze medalist. He does well on every track, and this was no exception as Kristers Aparijods of Latvia had the lead down at the bottom. Who would win the podium position? Here comes Fischnaller down to the finish. A great exit on one of the tricky parts of the track, and around the finish curve, it is the Italian in the lead with 2 remaining, 139.662. Now Wolfgang Kindl. Well, we knew one thing, it would not be another 1, 2, 3, 4 Austrian sweep this week like they had on their home track, but would the Austrians have anyone on the podium? That was up to Kindl. And he was picture perfect all the way down the track as the Olympic silver medalist comes across with the lead. So it's the bronze medalist in second, the Olympic silver medalist in first, and the 2-time former Olympic gold medalist Felix Lach in search of World Cup victory number 50. On this track back in 2009, Lach set a speed record for the fastest ever recorded luge, over 150 kilometers an hour. Lach looked perfect in both runs, had a slight little skid down there near the finish, but no big problem as he takes it over Kindl by 0.03 of a second. For Felix Lach, his 50th all-time World Cup victory. That's second on the career list behind the great Armin Zugler. Lach over Kindl and Fischnaller as Kindl leads the World Cup standings.
Okay, so one thing about luge that you don't see on TV at all is just how much technology goes into these sleds. So we just got a short little blip about runners and how many setups there are and how many different ways to do it. And that's a big piece of sliding here at Park City. So this is known as a speed track, and you'll set up your sled differently as you would versus a driving track. So here's someone to give us a little more about it. Chris Masder, silver medalist in the Olympics. He's the one that's going to break down this track for us so you know how complicated it can be getting down the track.
Hello, my name's Chris Masder. Welcome to the 2002 Winter Olympic track here in Park City, Utah, surrounded by some of the most iconic ski resorts in the entire world. This track, depending on your discipline, is going to offer totally different challenges. For the men, the top 5 curves are arguably the most technical in the world. So if you don't play it safe, you're going to have some really big issues out of curve 2. For the women in doubles, this track is open, it's a highway, and it's forgiving. So you've got to take some risk. You've got to put your sled on edge, and you've got to go for it. So, depending on which race you're going to see, it's a different strategy, but it's exciting every single time.
We had such an exciting race with the doubles, and we're moving on to the men's now really quick. Summer Britcher is supposed to be commentating this next race, but she's getting ready. So we have even better teammates from America. Zach and Sean, congratulations on your race. Now you get to chill and just watch. Do you have any thoughts with this men's race? Who do you think is going to take it?
Yeah, I think America has a good shot this weekend. Tucker and Johnny have been sliding great, including Chris too. It's just going to be a battle of getting through curve 2 for almost every man in that field. So whoever does it the best, we'll see who's on top.
Sean, do you feel the same?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a wild race because that 1-2 transition is hard on soft ice, and it's like 10 degrees out. So I wish them all luck, and I think Tucker and Johnny are going to do well.
Okay, the race is going to start really soon, but can you just explain really quick that transition to viewers? Like, why is it so hard? Like, we're going to see a lot of carnage, but what makes it so hard?
Yeah, I mean, they built the track kind of more for bob start than luge start here. So you're going through 2 curves, and then you're going into the second curve of the track, but your 3rd or 4th curve of the full run from men's start at the complete wrong angle. So they're going to try to figure out how to get in there smoothly without skidding. And if they skid, then you're hitting a wall, and then there's another wall coming after that. So it's going to be a tough one for them, and I wish them all the best of luck.
Everything you just explained sounds really terrible. So I'm grateful I'm not sliding and we just get to watch this. But the men, good luck up there. That M2, right? Is that what we call it?
Yeah, M2.
That M2 transition is tough. So viewers, make sure you watch for the top of the track. You'll see it's a lot of awkward height, and they might hit that right wall. But it's going to be fun racing, which is what we live for. So anyways, thank you guys so much. We'll see you after the race. And here are men's runs coming up, and it's getting really cold. So this ice will play a big part into this. So switch over to the other feed, and we'll see you over there. mid-race runs with our men's race. We've got a little bit of time. We'll give you a little behind the scenes of what we're doing here with our FIL Studio Live. But joining us right now, a very special guest. We're happy to have you here. I mean, I know a lot of times American supporters and the American program, it's hard to get to the European races, but we have Dimitri Feld here representing USLA, the US Luge Association. So Dimitri, tell us what you do exactly for the US program.
I'm kind of like a utility guy. I do everything. I work with sponsors, I do Luge Challenge, I raise the money, I do events, whatever needs to be done, I do.
All the things. What's your, I guess, I mean, that's a lot of stuff to do. So what's a project that you're currently working on for US Luge?
I basically organized hospitality in Park City. Got hotel for the sponsors and staff, make sure that everybody arrive at the right time, got VIP here, just make sure everything works smooth and nice. Work with local hotel, very nice people, was easy to work, brought them business. Just it's been nice to be back in Park City after about 6 years.
Yeah, totally. I feel like your position is the position that we don't hear about. And every country has to have a Dimitri, right? So, and I feel like if you weren't doing the job, then who would? And it just makes it.
Yeah, and I like what I do. Like you said, you have to work behind the scene and you make sure that everything runs smooth. It's a World Cup event. Everybody have to come and see the team, cheer for the team, work with Utah Olympic Park, work with hotel. So it's a good job. It takes time to get ready, of course.
Totally. So wait, well, you're based out of Lake Placid, correct?
Correct, yes.
When do you think we'll be back in Placid for a World Cup?
Next year, I would assume.
Is it in the schedule? I haven't looked at the schedule. Has it been decided yet?
I don't know. I don't involve with like a scheduling, but I think this year was just too busy for Lake Placid because we have university game, we have World Bobsled Cup, they have World Championship push, so it was probably a little too busy. Plus, we want Park City have fun. But I think next year, yes, everybody likes Lake Placid.
Okay, we'll have wishful thinking because it's just fun.
You need to come back.
Yeah, it's fun. Wow. It's fun to be at new places on the circuit. But recently, you were just in Ukraine. Tell us about that, what you were doing there.
Well, I went on volunteering mission, basically, to help in Ukraine. I grew up there. Of course, it's a wartime. It feels a little surreal to be there. People get up in the morning, go to work, take children to high school or daycare, and suddenly life have to stop because missiles coming from Russia attacking Ukrainian people. So it was very unnerving, but I'm glad I went because I saw what's happening. I have a lot of friends there who I used to do luge, my ancestry there, and it was great. I went with veterinarian doctor. I became his assistant, translator, cook, whatever needs to be done. He operated on dogs and cats because, of course, a lot of people left. Animals, and of course, animals is a silent. Our partners, they can come and tell us, hey, give me some to eat, or I need the shelter, so humans have to come and do it. And a lot of Ukrainian non-for-profits pick up all these dogs and cats and need a lot of work.
Interesting. So you got involved with sliding way back in Ukraine. Tell us about that. How did that happen?
He was my coach. I was a young kid and want to do something different, so picture a newspaper, guy laying down on his back, feet first.
It was in the newspaper? Like
well,
there was just...
It was a picture there. It says, hey, in Ukraine, you got luge, guy was laying down on the sled. I said, fun. I want to try it. I told my mother I played table tennis for a while. Didn't want her to have heart attack. And then I went into luge. Klim was my first coach.
Okay, so you lied to your mom saying that you were going to go play table.
Sorry, Mom.
You were going to, hey, Mom, I'm going to go play table tennis, but turns out it was luge. And so was there a track nearby, or how did that work?
Well, we did have one track in Ukraine. It was a wooden structure. They put snow on it and we slide. But most time we travel to Ural Mountains or Siberia in Soviet Union and slid there. That's what everybody really started, luge.
Oh my gosh. I feel like you should write a book. I feel like there's probably so many. So how did you end up coming and working for the States?
Well, I was very lucky with the Ukrainian program because Klim was our head coach. Klim became later assistant Olympic coach here, 2002, 2006, 2010. He had so much knowledge. And then when I came to United States, I volunteered my time without pay for a U.S. luge. And then in '84 they said, why don't you move to Lake Placid and start running development program? And that's what I did.
Very cool. Well, they're very lucky.
That's how I met you when you were little.
Sure, way back when, way back when. So in terms of Ukraine and everything going on, you mentioned before Felix Locke is really involved. How can athletes get involved to help what's going on over there?
Well, it's many ways, but they should talk to Felix Locke. He's very much involved with, it's called organization called Athletes in Action. It's a worldwide organization who support Ukrainian athletes, and right now, of course, it's war. And he's been very active. Apparently, as soon as war started, he got the van, picked up his stuff, and drove to Ukraine to deliver goodies. So he's going to be recognized. It's going to be award, I think, next couple of weeks. He's going to be recognized along the way with Ukrainian skeleton slider. His name is Vlad Heraskevich, who during Olympic Games took the helmet off, and inside was signed, no war in Ukraine. So it's very interesting. They've done a lot of work. I think Felix Locke wife did a lot of work too. It's nice to know that everybody tried to help Ukrainian luge to stay on their feet, to slide. They couldn't come here, but was war expensive. They didn't have money, but they've been training in Latvia. Latvia been great supporter of Ukrainian luge, give them all kind of time. FIL been very supportive of Ukraine too. So the best thing is if war is over tomorrow, so people stop dying, Ukraine can rebuild and join free world. I think it's, everybody want it. At least I want it.
We're sending a lot of prayers to Ukraine and everyone there. And I like that you mentioned the Ukrainian luge team, because I was talking to their coach a couple weeks ago and how they're trying to save money for their youth program. So they didn't send athletes to North America because they're trying to keep the longevity of their program, which is so smart. And I didn't even think about that. And he was just saying how they have to budget differently so then there will be a future in sliding sports with Ukraine. And so I'm excited to see how they slide in Sigulda, because they've gotten so much training there. But I just thought, I don't know, that was cool. Have you consulted with them with help or anything? Or
I talk to them, I talk to Ukrainians on a regular basis. I ask them if they need any help. I was hoping they could come here, but they couldn't come. But you're absolutely right. The Ukrainians think about future of their country. So even in the war where they need money, they invest in their junior programs. They want those kids come and do sport or education or dance or sing, whatever needs to be done. That nation really think about their future.
Well, really cool. Well, thank you so much for sharing all this. Repeat one more time, if athletes want to get involved, what is it that Felix Locke, the program that he's involved with?
It's an international organization called Athletes in Action.
Okay, Athletes in Action.
And they can find them on the website and talk to Felix, of course. So you luge community, go talk to Felix.
Okay.
Thanks, Felix.
Thank you, Felix, for all of your work. And again, there's so much we can do for Ukraine. And thank you so much for sharing all that. You're so valuable to give us this information. And thank you for everything that you do for USLA. There's so many people behind the scenes that make everything happen, especially here in the state of Utah. So many popular winter sports come out of here. So here's a little bit on how all of that happens and how you're able to see so many Winter Olympians come out of Utah.
I'll be fine. I'll do it. Well, here goes something, I guess.
Zia Terry epitomizes what we see every day here at the Olympic Park. Young athletes being faced with a big challenge.
Do you go faster on the in run?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Is it any steeper, do you think? Not much?
Same steepness, it's just longer.
It's just longer. Just longer, just a bigger 20, that's all.
Yep.
I got it. I'm gonna jump. Okay. Here. How long do you wait to be more scared? I go.
She herself makes the decision to go and to face her fears. And she'll use that skill for the rest of her life.
60 seems like nothing now. Whoa!
And building those skills through effective programs that we offer is a hallmark of what our legacy is all about. Utah's Olympic venues train 2/3 of the U.S. Olympians in all winter sport. But we also take pride in the fact that these Olympic venues are community recreation centers.
This is in a day and age when youth and sport and health and obesity, all of those things are very important to these young folks that are growing up.
If I was a kid right now, this rink would be a platform for dreams. Seeing Olympic rings on the wall when you walk in, seeing the events we have here every year, I think it just inspires kids. We are high performance by day because we have our U.S. national teams in here training the best athletes in our country every morning here. And we're recreation by night because the public comes in. All of our youth programs, our youth and adult hockey leagues, curling, adult curling.
Primarily, our mission is to engage people in the legacy, engage kids, engage families, engage adults in the activities that we have here. These are fun sports that we do up here. We've got extensive programs that really allow us to provide that access to people.
Mom, that was the coolest thing ever. Can we move to Utah? That's what I get all the time. I love that passion, I love that fire, I love the inspiration that comes out of these kids after they spend, you know, an afternoon or a whole day out on those jumps.
Well, Soldier Hall is a fantastic venue for biathlon because it has, you know, of course, the Olympic legacy, and it's situated right in the middle of a beautiful park, and we've got access to excellent trails and facilities. So you put all that together, and whether you're a brand new athlete or an aspiring Olympian, there's something for everybody.
The flame has never gone out here in Utah. We continue to not only train athletes, but we are busy with all sorts of activities. For a lot of the kids, it's a place to learn something new, to be with their friends, and to enjoy outdoor recreational sport.
We're back with another interview. We love doing these interviews so we get to know the people behind Luge and how the sport even happens, especially here in Park City. So Andres 6, previously a part of the Latvian doubles teams, the infamous 6-6 double. I mean, I know in Latvia you're famous and you're on commercials. Is this true?
I don't know. In our local, like in our city, yes, for sure, we are well known, and also the brother Dukurs is from same city, so. Right. We have very great city for great athletes.
Yeah, a lot of sliding champions and legends come out of their hometown. So multiple medals from the Olympics. So someone that knows a lot about the sport. So you retired. When did you retire exactly?
It was in April 2022, so half year ago. Yeah, and decision we made with my brother together that we was thinking to drive one more season because our goal was to done the luge with spectators, because last races we didn't have any spectators on the track, and we would like to slide in Oberhof because Oberhof is one of our favorite tracks, and we know there will be a lot of the people in Oberhof. But we're getting older. To be in the top, you need to train so hard, and you need to steal the time from your family, and we need to think also for my child, they are growing, and so also brother's child is growing, and we want to spend more time in summer with family.
How many kids do you have?
I have two. My son Adrian, 11, my daughter Alicia, 5, and my son now is first time in Oberhof for the Jugendspiele. So I'm excited. I'm waiting the videos when they come, how he's going there. So.
Is that your dream? Like to see your kids slide?
No, I was against sliding, but my child wanted to drive and slide with luge, so I told, okay, if you wish it very much, then you can go.
You're a very nice father, because I think there's a lot of luge athletes here that would say, I don't want my kids doing it at all.
Yeah, I also didn't want, because it's so hard to see from the side that your child is sliding and you are always holding the fingers, please, please, everything's good, and but he wants to do that. And also my brother's son is doing the luge, and the first question what they ask, they have 1 year difference. The birthday is on one day, on 5th of June, so it's interesting, and they was asking why we need to drive singles, why we cannot start doubles. So we will see.
We could see a generational thing happen with Latvia and Luge.
Hopefully, but most important that they have fun in the track, and that's all. I am not pressing him, so he needs to make fun in the track. And
you're a good father. Well, super cool. Really quick, so with what you're doing on the technical side, are you enjoying what you're doing, and what are you learning most?
Yeah, I enjoy doing TD, like technical director. So in the finish, as you saw, we have random generator. We already take it off for the second run. We have red and red-blue light. So those sleds are going in for the inspection, and also we are weighing the athletes and all the clothes, the helmets, gloves, race shoes, everything in the basket. And we are watching that there is not too much weight. So we have everyone the same rules. So no advantage for athletes. So we are searching for safe and equal race.
You're the enforcer. Have you heard that term before?
No.
The enforcer is the person that makes sure everything happens the right way. That's you. So maybe Andres the Enforcer 6. Should we put that on a name tag?
No.
Okay, we'll take it back. Well, anyways, we have our second run coming up. Thank you so much for joining us, by the way. You can see him if you want to come ask more questions. I mean, if you have questions, you're the guy to ask. You probably know all the sled secrets too. Do you see secret things happening back there?
Maybe. But I will keep them.
Yeah, yep. You're good at your job. Yep. Good job. Thank you so much for joining us, Andres. We'll see you. We have our second run coming up for men's. That was a wild first run. It's getting freezing out here. I'm cold, so I can't imagine what it's like going down the track. But in our commentator booth, Summer and Tim, what are you guys thinking for the next run coming up?
We're thinking, Summer, that this is a crazy run number one, but yes, go get warm. This is a winter sport. She should be tough out there, right?
She should. She did it for years, but I think maybe she's gotten a little soft living in California.
Easy for us to say here in the warmth of our broadcast trailer. I'm Tim Singer, back here again with the winningest American World Cup athlete ever, Summer Britcher. And Summer, let's talk about Josef Ninnis of Slovakia leading the way after run number one of the World Cup. How weird does that sound?
Well, all things considered, not too weird here when you think about the difficulty of curves M1, M2 coming into curves 2, 3, 4 of the track. Josef Ninnis has a lot of experience, but the big thing that holds him back is his start time. He doesn't have a competitive start time. So with a lot of these athletes making mistakes in those curves and him really coming through clean, he's able to kind of set aside that deficit of the start and just build speed the whole way down the track.
And we'll have some predictions for run number two coming up in a second with Summer and I. But you mentioned the track. That we have a lot of opinions about the track, not just what Summer says. We talked to a lot of athletes regarding their thoughts of this Park City course.
This is my home track, so I'm just super stoked to be sliding on some home ice with my track crew and my family around. I'm just so excited to race at home.
I adore this track. I trained here a few years ago. I love its character so much, so I'm really happy to be back here.
We've been here with the juniors and we went from bobsled, so men's start is a big challenge for me.
It feels great to be back in Park City. We love sliding in the U.S., having, kind of being at home even though we're far away. And the track right now is really fast. It's really fun, so it feels good.
Everyone is happy to be back here again, and everyone likes the track from our athletes. He feels good here to can be back on this track, and it's nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's always nice to be back in Park City. I have good memories about this track, and it's my favorite track in the world.
I'm really excited. It's been a long time since I've been here, and a little bit of cold weather and hard ice to get the week started, and I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It feels amazing. I've never gotten to race a World Cup here, and it's a shame because we get training here all the time, so it's really exciting.
I'm so happy. It's so much fun for sliding here, and yeah, I am looking for the competitions on the weekend.
It's always great to be back in Park City. It's sort of a home track. We don't get a ton of training here as compared to Lake Placid, but it's just nice to be in America and eat the American food and just be in a comfortable place.
Yeah, it's really nice to be back after 8 years. The last time it was with the juniors, and now the ice is pretty good. I thought it would be rougher, but it's very okay.
Cool.
It's super much fun, this track, and it's also not super hard to come in the finish, but I believe to be fast here, it's a real big deal.
It feels like really great. The track is really smooth, and I like it to slide here.
I love it. I think it's a really cool track, and I'm excited to be here.
It's really interesting. It's a completely different track. The curves are open, and it feels completely different than the other tracks.
It's really cool. Track is very different from other tracks, so I'm still having a little bit of a hard time to figure it out, but I mean that's the excitement of Luge.
I like the track. I was here last time 2018 with the juniors, and I have good memories here, and I also like the view and the mooses around the track. It's very nice here.
It's got a different flow to it than Whistler, you know, and it's a challenge to get the sled pointed in the right direction most of the time.
The mix between technical parts and top speed, high speed at the down part there, and that's what I like, and so I'm really glad to be back again.
Oh, I love it here. The biggest problem is that just every 4 to 5 years we're coming back here because I would love to come here every year, maybe twice.
Maybe twice, Thomas says he'd come here. But, you know, as generous, Summer, as these comments were by the Europeans, you know better than anyone, maybe one more week is about as much as you'd ever see the tour be in North America, right?
That's right. They like to say it's really difficult to be away from home for 3 weeks at a time.
And you know otherwise, right?
That's right. It is difficult, but yeah, it would be nice to have a longer North American tour. I would love to see all 3 tracks in use in the same season, Whistler, Lake Placid, Park City. That would be a fantastic use of a
Twice,
tour.
as Thomas said.
Twice. We could do Park City, Lake Placid, Whistler, Park City.
Now,
and then Christmas.
On the subject of Park City, we can't go away for the break without talking a little bit about Slovakia's 41-year-old wonder, Josef Niniš, leading the way with the Olympic champion Felix Lach behind him, Dominik Fischneller in third. Can he hang on? What do we need to see Josef do to win a race?
You know, I think he has the ability to hang on. I think his sled has the speed right now. If he slides the way he did in the first run, I think he's looking at a podium. I just hope he's able to pull it off. He's able to pull it together. He hasn't been in this position a lot. He has had a podium finish before. He has had a few times where he's been in the top few sleds. But it's an intimidating thing. The first time you're sitting in first place
and you think about it for an hour.
It is a lot. It is a lot of mental pressure. And if he can stay relaxed, if he can put together a clean run, I think he's got a realistic shot at a podium, and that would be incredible.
That would be incredible. It would be fun to see and stick around. We've got run number 2. Tomorrow we've got women's singles with Summer as well as the sprint competition. But the exciting conclusion to men's singles coming up in just a few minutes. That's a wrap on the studio show. Kate will be back with plenty of interviews after the race, and Summer and I in just a couple of minutes with the second heat. Thanks for joining us.
Dominic Fischnaller has won gold in Park City, and we're hearing the Italian anthem. I believe we have our Asian American Championships next.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Test. Test. 1, 2, 3. Ist okay? So. David Gleicher, herzlichen Glückwunsch zum 3. Platz heute beim Weltcup in Park City. Was war das für ein verrücktes Rennen heute?
Ja, zuerst einmal vielen Dank. Ja, es ist einfach eine brutale Challenge da oben, die Kurve 2. Es ist, ja, schwer zu sagen, es ist schon teilweise ein bisschen Glück dabei, dass das auch wirklich hinten gut ausgeht. Umso glücklicher bin ich natürlich, dass ich da jetzt am Podest stehen kann.
Im ersten Lauf hat der Slowake Josef Ninins geführt. Was habt ihr da im Starthaus gesagt? Hat man daran geglaubt, dass er es schafft, oder?
All right, we're joined here with David Gleicher from Austria. Congratulations on bronze. That's incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a quite interesting race, and I'm really happy to be third here.
I feel like with the start of your season, it has started a little slow, so this must feel really good to be on the podium.
Yeah, definitely. Especially last week was a bad race for me, and so it feels even better today to be on the podium.
Do you like this track, or is this a tough one for you?
I have to say I really like this track. It's really difficult, curve 2. It's, yeah, sometimes you need a little luck that you get through, but I really like the rest of the track.
Seems like curve 2, whoever got out of there like with a less hit of a wall. I don't know if I said that correctly, but everyone was having problems there. What makes that curve so hard?
Yeah, the problem is that the bob start and the man start come together there, and we don't have the right angle for this curve, so it gets really close in the exit, and yeah, as I said, you sometimes need a little luck that you don't hit a wall.
Well, it seems like luck was working. Luck was there
yeah,
for
definitely.
you. So we're headed to Europe for the second half of the season. Are you excited? Do you have a favorite track outside of Eagles?
Eagles is not my favorite track. No, I'm really looking forward now to go home, having Christmas break. And then, yeah, second half, a lot of highlights. I really like Sigulda and Altenberg, and also the World Championship, Noberhof, I think will be quite interesting.
Is there anything you want to say to everyone watching at home in German? You can say it in your language.
Ja, mal liebe Grüße nach Hause und danke an alle fürs Daumendrücken, hat sich ausgezahlt.
Amazing. Congratulations. We'll see you after Christmas. This is the guy, the story. Wir sprechen in Deutsch?
Ja, heute wir sprechen Deutsch.
Okay, sprichst du Deutsch?
Ja.
Ich spreche ein bisschen,
Ich auch.
aber nicht so viel.
Ich auch.
Okay, perfect. I'll introduce, so this is Josef Ninnis, I'll introduce in English. He was first after the first run. I think everybody here was rooting for him, so incredible. From Slovakia, we're going to ask him a few questions in German, so bear with me, bear with us. So, ich gratuliere dir. Erster Platz nach erster Lauf. Was denkst du über das?
Ja, war super nach dem ersten Lauf. Ich war überrascht, aber schade. Zweiter Lauf, ich machte kleine Fehler oben und das kostet Zeit.
Aber Achtplatz ist...
Platz ist super, für mich ist super.
Ja,
ich
super.
bin zufrieden.
Die ganze Welt wanted. Die ganze Welt wollen...
Oder wie sagt man?
Yes.
Ja,
yes,
ich weiß. Das ist super, sehr nett. Danke, alle.
Und für deine Familie, sprichst du ein bisschen etwas in Slowakien?
Ahojte, pozdravujem vás doma, teším sa na vás, prajem veselé Vianoce. Ľubím vás, ahojte.
Congratulations, thank you so much. The guy, hi.
Hello.
Dominic Fischnaller taking gold from Park City. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel very good.
I feel like you often take home medals on the podium, but to come home first, so does it feel different for you when you win a race versus silver or bronze?
For sure, like silver and bronze feel like the same, but like gold feels different and way better, you know, so you are the fastest of all of them, so I really like that.
Do you like this track? Do you get any speed secrets from your girlfriend, Emily Sweeney? This is her home track.
Yeah, I like the track, I like to be in the US. Emily tells me the secret line, so that's why probably I'm the only guy who had a 44 time today.
Yeah. So fast. And I feel like everybody was having problems in M2. How did you figure those out?
No, I had problems too, but like the rest of the track or the rest of the run was pretty good, so that's how I made it, I guess.
Very cool. We're headed to Europe after Christmas. Are you excited? Do you have a favorite track?
I'm excited. My favorite track is Lillehammer, but we are not going anymore, so we got Sigulda, but I like that too, so we'll see what I can do there.
Okay, we'll see. Well, you get 2 full weeks there, so
that's good. So 2 opportunities to make some more medals.
It's your lucky season. Well, congratulations on first place. We're rooting for you.
Thank
that must
you.
feel good. Do you want to say anything back home in German or Italian to any of the fans?
Ciao a tutti, sono molto contento. Hoi Mama, hoi Tata, macht's gut.
Amazing. Thanks, Dominic. Tukar, hi. Here, come on this side of me.
All right.
Tucker West, American athlete, finished 5th. Is that where? 4th.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's all right.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Tell us about your runs. How did you feel about them?
It was cold today, a lot colder than we had in training. So the ice, when it gets cold, the ice gets really hard and you lose grip on it. It was tough runs out there. I think everyone had mistakes, as we saw in the runs, myself not included. So I'm just happy to keep it shiny side down and come down with relatively fast times.
Shiny side down. I feel like that's what everybody says, especially with M2.
Yeah.
Everybody. So in training, was everyone having problems like that?
Yeah. 2 was built pretty difficult right now. So there's probably less because it was a little warmer. But yeah, this hard ice really brought out the problems.
Interesting. I feel like Park City, you never know with the weather, but you did incredibly well. When the ice gets this hard, do you change anything on your sled, or do you have a different approach?
For sure. Yeah, we sharpen up our runners and increase our angles a little bit, just to get a little bit more grip in the ice. I don't know if it helped that much tonight, but every little bit helps.
I don't know. You must have been needing knives to slide on to have grip tonight. Well, you get to go home for about a week for Christmas, or do you guys get 2 weeks off?
About 10 days, yeah. It's a big break this time.
That's a big break, and then we're headed to Sigulda. Are you excited for Sigulda?
I am excited for Sigulda. I like it a lot better than Lillehammer, so double Sigulda is good for me. I know a lot of people are bummed to miss out, and it's always good to get more tracks in racing, so it's a bummer to miss out on that, but I'm happy with Sigulda.
I feel like this ice is prepping you for Sigulda.
Yeah.
So anyways,
It's always cold.
good luck. We'll see you out there. Congratulations on the 4th place.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sure we'll be seeing you on the podium very soon.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much, Tucker. What an incredible day of racing. That was so many runs. Men's doubles, women's doubles. Big day for Italy. We heard the national anthem twice today, so that's a big deal. But yeah, just a lot of fun. It's so cold here. You can tell. But tomorrow we'll start at 9 a.m., so the ice will be a little different. Hopefully sunny, maybe warmer, but we could tell the hard ice tonight was a little bit of an X factor for a lot of these sleds. So anyways, that is it for me. My name is Kate Hansen. This was our FIL studio, and we'll be back tomorrow with the women's race and the sprint race. We hope to see all of you there. See ya. Peace out.